Judge Engoron has done a terrible disservice to the state of New York. What he's done is terrible. Businesses are fleeing, and you see that. We just released a statement on Truth. Businesses are fleeing, and crime is flourishing all over the state, and what he's done is such a disservice and should never be allowed to happen again. New York State is being battered by his decision. So I greatly respect the decision of the appellate division, and I'll post either $175 million in cash or bonds or security or whatever is necessary very quickly within the 10 days. And I thank the appellate division for acting quickly. But Judge Engoron is a disgrace to this country, and this should not be allowed to happen. Thank you very much.
Would you accept foreign money to pay the bond?
It's real cool. Justice got really creative.
You guys ready for us?
The district attorney's office is not affiliated with the late production of documents from the U.S. attorney's office.
What happened?
The DA's office is not
case that could have been brought 3.5 years ago. And now they're fighting over days because they want to try and do it during the election. This is election interference. That's all it is. Election interference. And it's a disgrace. We'll obviously be appealing. But this is a pure case of voter intimidation and election interference. And it shouldn't be allowed to happen. This case could have been brought by the DA, but they didn't want to bring it because they said they have no case. And then they bring it anyway. As you know, DA Bragg did not want to bring this case. He was forced into it for outside reasons, and it's a disgrace that it can happen. But this was a case that could have been brought 3.5 years ago, and they decide to wait now, just during the election, so that I won't be able to campaign. We'll be appealing this. On the other decision, it will be my honor to post, and we'll post whatever is necessary, whether it be cash or security or bonds. It was a decision we appreciate and respect the appellate division very much. And we will, I think, do very well in that whole thing. We have a judge who I believe is a crooked judge and a crooked attorney general, absolutely crooked. We did nothing wrong at all, 100%. And that was proven, and everybody there said it was proven. All you have to do is read the legal scholars, and you see that it was proven. But we will continue with that, but we appreciate very much the decision of the appellate division. Thank you very much.
What's your collateral for the bond?
Cash.
If you're elected, will you pardon yourself?
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, well, no, but you're all gonna go that way. All right. Could we start with responsible? Tell them, and also say we're not allowed back in ever again. Well, that's going to be the same thing you said. Radio
Yeah, that's close enough.
She went to Baltimore or something like that. Oh yeah. Garrett. Where is the lady?
Excuse me?
Where is the lady?
Inside.
Okay, is she getting
No.
No. Okay.
I'll share it if I get there.
Okay, thank you.
Downstairs, and then you'll see right after.
I'll be right back.
Head toward Louisiana, is that right?
if I need this door open this side door.
They're not preserved. They're not preserved. I wish they were, but right.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with you at 40 Wall Street. And we appreciate you have a lot of press outside, and I think we're going to start before a lot of them come in, which frankly always makes me happy. So, a lot of things happened today. This is all about election interference. This is all Biden-run things, meaning Biden and his thugs, because I don't know if he knows he's alive. And it's a shame. It's a shame what's happening to our country. This is election interference. They are doing things that have never been done in this country before. We've never had anything like it, certainly not at this level, but we've really had nothing like it that I've been able to find. It does happen a lot in third world countries, banana republics. If you look at what we just left, you have a case which they're dying to get this thing started. The judge cannot go. He wants to get it started so badly, and there's tremendous corruption. You have Pomerantz, Mark Pomerantz. He was Hillary Clinton's lawyer, or Democrat National Committee's lawyer. He worked in Paul Weiss. He walked in and he took over the district attorney's office. Nobody's ever seen anything like that, to prosecute Trump. And then they wouldn't do what he wanted to do, and he goes out and he writes a book. Long before any decisions were made. He writes a book about it. And the book gets published, and everybody's reading his book. And the judge said there's nothing wrong with that. And if you look at Bragg had a fit over that. Bragg said, this trial is now dead. We can't do the trial. Well, that was one of the problems, and the judge should have allowed that to happen. And you had other instances like Colangelo. Colangelo is a radical left from the DOJ who was put into the state working with Letitia James, and then was put into the district attorney's office to run the trial against Trump. And that was done by Biden and his thugs also, because they can't win an election because of the borders, because of energy prices, because of inflation, because of Afghanistan, the worst and most embarrassing day in the history of our country. He can't win because of Russia, because of all the problems, because of Ukraine being attacked by Russia. And he can't win because of the October 7th attack of Israel, which he should have never allowed to happen. Would have never happened if I were president. Ukraine would have never been attacked if I was president. And you wouldn't have inflation if I was president. We didn't have inflation. So all of these things, so what they do is they do election interference, which is court cases, and let's try and tie him up, and let's take as much of his money as possible. I respect the appellate division for substantially reducing that ridiculous amount of money that was put on by a corrupt judge named Engoron. He ought to be looked at, seriously looked at, especially what he did with valuations. He's the one, he's a fraudulent valuator, where he values Mar-a-Lago at $18 million, and people say it's worth 50 to 100 times that much, the biggest experts in the business. So he ought to be looked at, and James ought to be looked at, because she tried to get him. She's like the puppet master of the judge. And, you know, our state, this state, is losing tremendous prestige. It's losing its companies. It's losing its people. They're fleeing, and violent crime is flourishing. And we can't have that. We can't have that. No city should have that. And it's happening in other cities, but not with the lawfare. The lawfare that they're doing is incredible. So they could have done this in the case of the trial that we just left, one of the many that are going. Every single one of them is run by Biden and his thugs. It's the only way they think they can get elected. And I think so far it's backfiring, because the people of this country understand it. It's backfiring. But they're being run, and they're running all of these different cases. So ridiculous, the cases. Every one of them is ridiculous. You take a look at any one of them, and you say any one of them, it wouldn't make any difference. This is all weaponization of DOJ and FBI. They raided my house in violation of a thing called the Fourth Amendment. Not allowed to do that. They raided my house in Florida, Mar-a-Lago. No notice, no nothing. They raided it. I can't believe it. Nobody can believe it. And we'll see how that all works out in the end. But it's illegal what they're doing. It's criminal what they're doing. And it's never been done before in this country. You can't have an election in the middle of a political season. We just had Super Tuesday, and we had a Tuesday after a Tuesday already, and we had Louisiana the other day, a couple of days ago, and we won in a record number, the highest number ever recorded. But we're in the middle of an election right now, and we're fighting crooked Joe Biden, who's the worst president in the history of our country, by far, who's let this country go to hell. The borders, millions and millions of people coming in from prisons, from mental institutions. They're terrorists. Many people coming in from prisons and mental institutions. Think of it. And terrorists are coming into our country. And this guy's just letting them come in by the millions. I think we have 15 million people already. People don't say that. I say it. And I'll bet I'm right, too. So we're going through this weaponization of our government to try and knock out somebody's political opponent. And so far, based on the polls, it's not working at all. The people understand it. We have a man who just ruled they'd like the trial to start in 21 days or something. And I don't know how you can have a trial that's going on right in the middle of an election. Not fair. Not fair. It's not fair at all. He knows that, too. He's a Democrat judge. He wants to do that because they're all trying to damage Trump as much as possible. It's having the reverse effect, but maybe someday it won't. I don't know. But it's having the reverse effect. It's a terrible, terrible precedent, a terrible thing to do. They could have started this when I left office. You could have gone back 3 years, more than that. When I left office, all of these things could have been started so we wouldn't be quibbling over starting this week or that week or 2 days or 3 days. It wouldn't have mattered. This thing would have been over 2 years ago. They could have started. They should have never started because there's no case. If you read Andy McCarthy's piece, If you read Jonathan Turley's piece, you read legal scholars all over the world, they say this DA case is a hoax and it's something that shouldn't have. It's not even a crime. They said there's no crime, and there is no crime. So I just say it's a sad day for this country when you have something like this. And remember the words, should have been started 3 years ago if they were going to start it at all. And then you wouldn't be quibbling over what week it's going to, and days. They're quibbling over days and hours. They wouldn't be quibbling at all. They never started it. And you know why they didn't start it? Because they didn't know I'd be running, and they didn't know how well I'd do. And if I were not running, or if I were doing poorly like everyone else has done, because they're all gone, they're all knocked out except for crooked Joe Biden. If I were doing poorly, this wouldn't be happening, and none of these trials would have been happening. If I wasn't running, they wouldn't be happening. So it's a sad day in our country in many respects, but the good day is that the appellate division was fair. It's a lot of money still, but the judge is corrupt, in my opinion. He's the most overturned judge. He's been overturned 5 times in this case alone. He ruled against me before he even knew anything about the case. He ruled against me. The whole case was all about damages, and there were no damages. And perhaps you'll get him to tell you about what took place in terms of a settlement negotiation, because those weren't the numbers he was discussing. Those weren't the numbers. It's a disgrace what's happening in our country, and we have to get our country back, and we're going to get our country back. That's what's going to happen. November 5th, I believe, will be the most important day in the history of our country. We'll get these people out of there, and we'll seal up the borders, and we'll, as I say, drill, baby, drill. We'll be drilling. We'll get energy costs down. We'll get rid of the ridiculous electric car mandate, so nobody's ever heard of anything so foolish and so stupid. And we'll bring crime back to law and order. We're going to get those words law and order back, because our cities are a disaster. Greatly respect the decision of the appellate division, and we will abide by that. We'll put up cash or bond very quickly, securities, cash or bond, whatever it is. We'll put it up very quickly, and we'll win the case. Todd, maybe I'll have Todd say a couple of words, and then I'll have any questions or anything you want to ask. Okay, Todd, wherever you may be, please.
Thank you, President Trump. So, as we said in court today, we very much believe that starting this trial in April, or even starting this trial at any point before the election, is completely unfair to President Trump. It's completely unfair to the American people who are evaluating who they want to be the next president. And we are going to continue to fight. We're going to continue to do everything that we can to defend President Trump in that courtroom. And like we said today, we believe that we have a tremendous amount of information now in our hands to help us do that. And in any event, we certainly feel as if the date that Judge Merchan held today, April 15th, is not a date we should go to trial, and we're going to continue to fight.
And if you read the Andy McCarthy article, or Jonathan Turley, or many of the legals, I think almost every single one of them, that's not even a crime. We're being tried for something that's not even a crime. They say at most it's a misdemeanor, but there's no misdemeanor either. So we have violent criminals that are murdering people, killing people. We have drug dealers all over the place, and they go free and they can do whatever they want. But they go after Trump where there's not even a crime. And did you see the number of people were there? You had Colangelo, and behind him, and remember this, Colangelo was a DOJ guy. He's a Biden DOJ guy. Why is he in the Manhattan DA's office trying the case? That in itself is a conflict. He's in the Manhattan DA's office trying the case. I mean, that's called a conflict. And then, remember what I told you also, Mark Pomerantz, when Bragg heard about it, he went openly hostile. He said, that's one of the worst things I've heard, and you all covered that. Then all of a sudden, time goes by. You know, the great healer is time. Time goes by, and all of a sudden they forget that. But that's a terrible thing. Colangelo and Pomerantz, terrible thing. And the judge didn't want to rule on that. He said everything was fine, that what they did was fine. I don't think it's fine when they take a Hillary Clinton lawyer and put him in to prosecute me. I don't think that's fine. I think it's very bad. And he does it on the House. He does it without fee. I don't want any fee. I don't want any fee. Our country has gone down a long way. Cliff, would you like to say something?
Just simply, we're gratified by the appellate division's decision today, which shows that there still is a rule of law in New York and that the appellate division is following it. Thank you, sir.
So do you think can you get an acquittal in this trial, in the Rashawn trial?
Well, I shouldn't have a trial. This is not a trial. This is not an act of criminality.
But you are having one, so do you?
I don't know if we're having one. We're going to be appealing right now. I can tell you that. We did nothing wrong, just like I did nothing wrong in the other case. My statements, my financial statements, were conservative. They were low, not high. I mean, he valued Mar-a-Lago at a tiny fraction of what it is. He's the fraud. He created a fraud in order to help his narrative and her narrative, because he does whatever she wants. And the judge is really, what he's done is fraudulent. He made Mar-a-Lago, you know very well, Maggie. He made Mar-a-Lago into $18 million. I had many offers. They said, I'll give you 19. Okay? You could take half of the living room is worth more than that. So it's worth anywhere from 50 to 100 times that amount. And he stays with it. So he's either whacked out or dishonest, one or the other, or both, probably both. But he's a disgrace to the system. And I think that New York State was helped a lot today by the decision. I'll give you an example. Truth Social is doing very well. It's hot as a pistol and doing great. And it's going public. And the New York Stock Exchange wants to have us badly. And I told them, we can't do the New York Stock Exchange. You treated too badly in New York. We don't want to do the New York Stock Exchange. And the people at the Stock Exchange are very, very upset about it. The top person is mortified, can't believe it. He said, I'm losing business because of New York, because people don't want to be in New York and they don't want to go to the New York Stock Exchange. So you can ask them about it. But, how can you do that? I'd love to go on the New York Stock Exchange. It was always, it would be a big thing to go on the New York Stock Exchange. That would be nice. But people aren't going on the New York Stock Exchange now because of what's happening in New York, because they don't want to be attacked by a thug like this horrible Attorney General that we have in New York, the worst in the whole country. So we'll decide about Truth Social and what we do with it. But there's just an example of how this is hurting New York and New York State. Yeah.
Mr. President, can you give us a little bit more detail about the timing of when you plan to secure the bond and how exactly you're planning to pay the bond?
Well, as I say, I have a lot of cash. You know I do because you looked at my statements. I mean, you've been examining my statements for a long time, and I have much more than that in cash. But I would also like to be able to use some of my cash to get elected. They don't want me to use my cash to get elected. They don't want that. They don't want me taking cash out to use it for the campaign. And they looked at it, and this judge looked at it, and he's part of the whole deal. And well, he's such a disgrace for this city. Again, the most overturned judge. There's never been that we can find a case where a judge has been overturned now 5 times. It was 4 times, now it's 5 times. Been overturned. But I have a lot of cash and a great company. I mean, to think they want to go after a company. This is a great company, a company that's doing very well. I've got very low debt on buildings, like this building. I have very low debt on this building. Most buildings I have no debt. Most clubs I have no debt. Look at my greatest assets, I have no debt. I didn't even include like brand value. And the brand value is, I became president because of the brand, let's say. But the brand value is, it's one of the most valuable brand values. So I wouldn't swap it for any other brand in the world. Trump. I wouldn't put anything down for it. I had very conservative statements. And the way they made him look bad is by valuing Mar-a-Lago at $18 million instead of what the real value is, which was at least 50 to maybe 100 times more. Think of that. This is the fraud. They're creating a fraud, and they're hurting the state so badly. And then I can't go into the New York Stock Exchange because I can't do business, because I don't want to do it. Not because I can't, because I don't want to do business in New York. And the people at the New York Stock Exchange, I can tell you right now, and they're very fine people, they're not happy. Yeah, you were going to say something.
Mr. President, you mentioned the cash you have. You said on Friday it's something like $500 million. You intended to put some of that into the campaign. Now that the bond's been reduced, are you going to start putting money into your campaign?
Yeah.
You haven't done that since 2016.
Well, first of all, it's none of your business, I mean, frankly. But I might do that. I have the option. But if I have to spend $500 million on a bond, I wouldn't have that option. I'd have to start selling things. I don't have to sell anything because it's a phenomenal company. Look, I built a phenomenal company. Someday they'll actually report that. I built a phenomenal company that's very low leverage, unbelievably low leverage, with a lot of cash, a lot of everything else.
Why should I let a crooked judge make a decision to give $450 million that allows me to spend very little money on my campaign if I so choose? I'll be spending money on my campaign. I might spend a lot of money on my campaign, but I should have that option. A crooked judge shouldn't say, we're going to have you post a bond and take all of that money that I could be spending on the campaign or other things if I want to do other things. So we were gratified by the professionalism of the opinion today. I thought it was I think it's a very important opinion for New York, but the only thing that's going to really solve that problem is when I win, because you're going to have to win. Because no company is going to be coming to New York if I don't win that case. That case is a scam, it's a sham, and it's a hoax.
How does this solve the problem?
Do you ever accept money from a foreign government to pay the bond or your fines or?
No, I don't do that. I think you'd be allowed to, possibly. I don't know. I mean, if you go borrow from a big bank, many of the banks are outside of this. As you know, the biggest banks, frankly, are outside of our country. So you could do that, but I don't need to borrow money. I have a lot of money. I built a great company, but I don't want to have a crooked judge named Engoron and a crooked, horrible, the worst, I would say without question, Attorney General in the country, the most obnoxious and the worst Attorney General in the whole country. And she did it for political reasons. Go back and take a look at her ads. We will stop Trump. She knows nothing about me. I never heard of her. She was advertising, and she took ads in saying, we will stop Trump. We will stop him, stop him. And vicious. I said, boy, that's a bad one. And I look, she got elected. But then she tried to do it with the governor, and it didn't work. She went after the current governor, who's much more talented than she is. She went after the current governor. She was very nasty. And she polled at about 3%. She polled at nothing, and after 6 weeks or 7 weeks, she pulled out of the race. She ran for governor, on what she was doing to me. She thought that would work. It didn't work. I just think that it's very important that, this is a time when businesses have a choice to go to a lot of places, including other countries. They don't have to stay in our country, but they can certainly go also to a lot of other states. A lot of people going to Texas, Florida, Tennessee, North Carolina, a lot of South Carolina, and you have a lot of competition. You shouldn't be persecuting people that have done a great job. I paid $300 million approximately over the years in taxes here. $300 million. That's a lot of money. And you lose those people that pay all that money, and you're not even going to have a state anymore. They just won't be able to do it. Yeah.
Back to the trial here in 3 weeks. Do you plan to testify, and are you concerned?
The which hearing?
The trial here.
I don't know that you're going to have the trial. I don't know how you can have a trial like this in the middle of an election, a presidential election. And this is a Biden trial. These are all Biden trials because Colangelo works for Biden. Can you imagine they take a guy out of DOJ and they put him into the Attorney General's office and then into the Manhattan DA's office to go after Trump? These are all Biden trials. So I don't know that you're going to have it. I think we're going to get some court rulings. Yeah, please.
Well, will you testify if that trial goes forward in 3 weeks?
I would have no problem testifying. I didn't do anything wrong.
And would you be concerned that the conviction, if you are convicted in that trial, could cost you the election, given what Todd said?
Well, it could also make me more popular because the people know it's a scam. It's a Biden trial. This is a Biden. There is no trial. There's a Biden trial. Colangelo, the man who stood up, had the nerve to actually stand up and take over. He's been sitting in the background for the last year. Today, he went right up front because they figured he buffaloed the whole public and the writers, including you people. He got them buffaloed. They forgot. They didn't, a little while ago. Time sort of people forget with time. They don't have good memories. I do. They don't have good memories. But Colangelo from the DOJ was put there to go after Trump. And today he stood up and he took over the whole office. He's been running the whole thing. He's been signing the letters. He's been doing things for a long time. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. This is all done by the Democrat Party, and it's all done by Biden and his group. I don't know if it's Biden because I don't know if Biden is even sharp enough. I don't know if Biden knows what's happening. You want to know the truth. Maybe he does. He probably does. But this is all done by Biden and the thugs that work for Biden. And it's a very bad thing. It's a very dangerous thing for our country. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
by May 8th.
Okay, so the credible assurances, I know you say not just Israel, but all these countries involved. I mean, obviously there's a lot of interest in Israel and a lot of what's happening in Gaza.
Yeah.
So it's the understanding of the United States that what Israel's doing, it's credible in terms of their assurances about U.S. weapons.
Yeah. So first of all, I should be clear that these assurances are prospective, but of course our view on them is informed by our ongoing assessments of Israel's conduct in the war in Gaza. So we have had ongoing assessments about their compliance with international humanitarian law. I've spoke to them from this podium before. We have the CHERG process that is examining specific incidents. We have not found them to be in violation of international humanitarian law, either when it comes to the conduct of the war or when it comes to the provision of humanitarian assistance. So we view their assurances through that ongoing work that we have done. And I should make clear, those ongoing assessments are not something that started because of the National Security Memorandum, and they're not something that stopped because we got these assurances from Israel yesterday. They will be ongoing. When we get credible reports or credible allegations of misconduct, we look at them through the process that we have ongoing, and ultimately we will make the appropriate conclusions. And to the extent that we are able to do so in the report that's due on May 8th, they will be provided to Congress through that report.
Sorry, you said all 7 countries had submitted?
All 7, yeah.
I mean, you yourselves have discussed the civilian casualties, the civilian toll there in Gaza. So, I mean, is that consistent with it? I mean, so you think that even though there's a civilian toll, that the use of U.S. weapons, that there are credible assurances that have been given there, is that not inconsistent at all to say that?
So they have given us assurances. I would say when it comes to finding a violation of international humanitarian law, that requires a fact-intensive analysis of relevant factors related to international humanitarian law. So you've heard me speak to this before. If you're to assess whether a particular strike is
and then the commander will do his part.
Okay, let me turn off the comm.
Once again, the hatch to Soyuz opened at 12:26 p.m. Central Time, 1:26 p.m. Eastern Time. Tracy Dyson, Marina Vasilevskaya, Oleg Novitsky now on board the complex.
Go ahead. How critical is it to finish everything in the Soyuz prior to the PAO event? Okay, do the PAO event first, and then go back to the Soyuz.
Big smile from Tracy Dyson. The crew will be gathering momentarily in the Zvezda service module for welcoming remarks from dignitaries gathered on the balcony at the Russian Mission Control Center outside Moscow, and from spacecraft communicator Kosta Mavridis here in Mission Control in Houston.
I'm going to check on your side now. Moscow Station on speech ground 2. Go ahead on speech ground 2. This is Nikolai. So I am deactivating the camera in yes, you're a go. And activate it in SM. Copy.
And there's a view from the balcony camera in the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov. Again, the crew is on board. They'll be conducting a welcoming ceremony, if you will, along with welcoming remarks from both Moscow and here in Houston before pressing ahead with the rest of their workday, which will include a safety briefing for the crew members on board. That is typical. And then a few other activities associated with deactivating Soyuz systems, drying out their Sokol launch and entry suits that they rode this morning to a textbook rendezvous and docking to the station, with docking occurring at 10:03 a.m. Central Time, 11:03 a.m. Eastern Time. This is Mission Control Houston, a view of the newly arrived Soyuz MS-25 spacecraft attached to the Prashal node module as the station flies 260 miles over the South Pacific. It was a flawless rendezvous and docking just about 2.5 hours ago, and with no issues associated with any systems on the Soyuz or the station. Leak checks were conducted. The vestibule, the passageway, if you will, between Soyuz and Prashal was pressurized, leading to the opening of the hatch just a few minutes ago at 12:26 p.m. Central, 1:26 p.m. Eastern Time. The 10 crew members now in the process of gathering in the Zvezda service module for welcoming remarks.
One.
Go
ahead. Sergey, we are in SM, all of us together. So you do you see us or hear? Well, yeah, actually we are receiving the video via SSS now. We just have the settings screen, seeing the squares on the screen. Both cameras are on ON. Sounds good? Please tell us when you will be ready and we will be able to use the mic. Yes, of course, we will do that. Yes, we are standing by.
So we are standing by for the beginning of the welcoming remarks, and in front, of course, you see Tracy Dyson, Oleg Novitsky, and Marina Vasilevskaya.
Moscow Station on speech ground 1, we are seeing the guys on the balcony at MCC Moscow. Copy. Олег, try again to call us via ШСС.
Нет, пока не слышно микрофон.
No, unfortunately, we cannot hear you via mic. 1, 2, 3, how do you copy me on ШСС?
Юрий Павлович, как слышите нас?
Юрий Pavlovich, how do you copy us?
Ребята, добрый день.
Hello, guys. We are so glad to see you all in great health and in good spirits.
Прекрасная половина экипажа ФП-25.
And we have a wonderful half of our crew.
Коллеги, американские астронавты.
We have our U.S.
Ну, опять же,
crew members,
Александр, Олег.
everyone on the Russian segment,
Мы наконец-то
Nikolai, Alexander, Oleg.
но тем не менее.
So we have arrived, not from the first attempt, but we are here.
Вот, летели.
We did a good job. We had a good mission. And today, the entire crew worked wonderfully. We are so happy to see everyone. And until April 6th, you won't have too much time. You have a very intense schedule. But hopefully, you'll get along very well together. I will not take too much of your time. And I'll just pass the mic to the other speaker. Good morning. Hello, friends. Marina, Oleg, Tracy, and the rest of the crew, our dear American colleagues. We are so happy to see you. We are happy to see you smile. You've done great. All the ground support crew is so proud of you. You've done a great job. And now, with those smiling, happy faces, you're right here in front of us. We wish you a great stay on board the International Space Station. We hope that it is comfortable for you, that you enjoy it, that you make new friends. You are a great team, and you're all great. I want to say a lot of things, but I'm kind of left speechless by the whole awesomeness of you. Marina, welcome aboard. We are so proud of you being here. It is our pride and joy to have you on board the International Space Station. All the best to you, and we will be supporting you from the ground. You'll be in space, and we'll be on the ground giving you all of our support. And hopefully we'll have another chance to speak while you're on the station. All the best to you. Tracy, Marina, Oleg, and others, I am so glad to see you on board the International Space Station. We were all keeping our fingers crossed for you. And when we saw you on board, Marina, you opened the door to Belarus to be in space. So have a great and safe mission. Enjoy your work. Enjoy your time off. We are so proud of you. The whole people of Belarus is proud of you. Hello, all. Hello, can you hear us? Yes. Do you know who is speaking to you? Have you recognized my voice? Well, we see you actually. All of you. We are so happy that you're here supporting us. Hopefully, we didn't make you wait for too long. A couple of days, right? Well, we are so happy that you've made it to the station. We were kind of worried. So why are you not holding any tigers here? Well, apparently we're supposed to bring tigers. Well, you are here with Ellen. So we would like to offer our congratulations to you from all of us with the successful trip to the International Space Station. You've made it, and we are so happy for you. It is just incredible joy that we are here and we have an opportunity to talk to you. Thank you so very much.
If you would like, we can translate it.
We don't need an interpreter here. Everyone knows Russian pretty well amongst us. Well then, let me pass the mic to the brother. Well, hello, friends. I offer my congratulations to all of you with arrival to the International Space Station. It is a great holiday in Belarus today. We've been on rooting for Marina, and we are so happy that this historic event has finally occurred. We wish you all to have a great time on board the station, have a successful mission, and when you are back to the ground, we will be waiting for you in the big Moscow circus with all your families. So all the best to you. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Ivan Nikolaevich. Can someone else hear us? I don't know. I think that the MCC Moscow hears us. Ivan Nikolaevich, I'm so happy that Belarus has made it safely and soundly to the International Space Station. It took us 2 days, but we are in great spirits, and I'm super happy that it went this way. I loved all of the aspects of it. So we've arrived to the stars. We are so happy that you are supporting us. It's a great pleasure to us and brings strength to us. Thank you very much for being here supporting us.
Is there an interpreter? Только по-английски, but
I will be speaking English.
And we are so grateful for everybody that has helped us get to this point, both through training and execution. And it's great to see all of you sitting there, and we look forward to executing this mission together. Thanks.
Well, we are so happy to see you. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here, talking to us. Nikolai, Oleg, and all the rest of the crew, you guys have a very intense work schedule, so all the best. We will not keep you waiting, so have a great day. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Houston Station on JSS. And Station, this is Houston. We have a few words from the Houston team. Oleg, welcome back to your second home. We are happy to see you on the station once again.
Oleg, welcome back to your second home.
I've joined a special group of individuals. Enjoy the experience, and may you inspire more people to do amazing things.
Enjoy the experience, and may you inspire more people to do amazing things.
Tracy, it's so great to see your smiling face back on ISS. Everyone here in Houston, including your family and friends in the viewing room, are beaming with pride watching the screen. I'm honored to represent so many folks who care deeply about you and say welcome back to the ISS. Your dedication and hard work is steadfast, and even through the surprises that come your way, but we know that difficult roads often lead to beautiful destinations. On behalf of the console team, increment team, and your training team, congratulations on your launch and docking to one of the one-of-a-kind International Space Station.
Congratulations on your loss and docking for the one-of-a-kind International Space Station.
Kosta, thank you so much for those words, and thank you for everyone there in Mission Control in Houston, the flight control team, the team in the back room, and everybody there in the viewing room. This has been an incredible journey, one that we weren't quite expecting to last so long in free flight, but we're grateful for the time together because we know now that we're here, we're going to get started with some work. So it's great to be here. It's great to be working with all of you, and we're just thankful for all of your support.
See you guys up there. Enjoy your night. Bye, guys.
This is Mission Control Houston. 2 days behind schedule, but beaming nonetheless. NASA's Tracy Dyson, Soyuz Commander Oleg Novitsky, and Belarus spaceflight participant Marina Vasilevskaya receiving well wishes and greetings from officials at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow, as well as from spacecraft communicator Kosta Mavridis here in Mission Control in Houston. The hatch between the Soyuz and the station opened at 12:26 p.m. Central Time, 1:26 p.m. Eastern Time, allowing the 3 newly arrived crew members to come on board. For Dyson, the beginning of a 6-month mission aboard the International Space Station. For Novitsky and Vasilevskaya, a 12-day sojourn that will result in their undocking on April 6th in a different Soyuz, the Soyuz MS-24, along NASA's Laurel O'Hara, to bring her home after 204 days in space. So to recap, it just couldn't have been more smooth if it tried, as the Soyuz eased its way into the Prishal docking module port at 10:03 a.m. Central Time, 11:03 a.m. Eastern Time, to complete a 2-day journey that followed a launch abort last Thursday and then a successful launch on Saturday from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. So with the welcoming remarks now having been completed, the crew will press ahead to a safety briefing. They will deactivate Soyuz systems and get on with the rest of their day and the rest of their joint mission aboard the International Space Station. That will wrap up our coverage for today. Dyson, Novitsky, and Vasilevskaya safely aboard the International Space Station. Thanks for watching throughout the course of the day today. This is Mission Control Houston.
to create a perception of daylight here when they don't need to do that. So again, no change in our policy.
What does this do to the relationship between the President and Prime Minister Netanyahu?
I have no doubt that the two leaders will have follow-on discussions as they have, as appropriate throughout this conflict.
Thank you. You say it's not a shift in policy by voting for this today. Get specific with us as to why again, and to the charge that by even abstaining, because normally there may be some attempt at the Security Council or the UN overall to condemn Israel every so often for whatever reason, and the U.S. usually stands up and vetoes those resolutions. Here now, for the first time in a while, the United States is at least abstaining and allowing it to go through. So the perception broadly is that the U.S. has no longer got Israel's back when it comes to conversations like this at the UN.
Yeah, that's just not true, Ed. Nothing could be further from the truth, quite frankly. Of course we still have Israel's back. I mean, as you and I are speaking, we are still providing tools and capabilities, weapon systems, so that Israel can defend itself against which we agree is still a viable threat to Hamas. Again, no change by this non-binding resolution on what Israel can or cannot do in terms of defending itself. But, you know, the other day, Friday, when I was up here, Brian was asking me about, you know, how come it was okay for, or not okay for Russia and China to veto a resolution that we drafted on Friday when we vetoed similar ones prior to it. And my answer then is going to be my answer today because of the substance of it. The ones we vetoed didn't condemn Hamas. This one didn't condemn Hamas, which is why we couldn't support it. But we didn't veto it because, in general, unlike previous resolutions, this one did fairly capture what has been our consistent policy, which is linking a hostage deal and the release of those men and women with, of course, a temporary ceasefire.
There are U.S. officials today saying Netanyahu's acting this way because he's facing some domestic political pressure. There's domestic political issues going on. Aren't there also domestic political pressures facing President Biden? And that's part of the reason why y'all are allowing this to happen today?
I can't speak for
members of the Democratic Party saying he's doing this wrong. You've got the general public suggesting his support for Israel is misplaced. Is that part of why this is going through?
No, absolutely not. And I got to take issue with the premise of the question. The president makes decisions based on the national security interests of the United States. And this decision to abstain on this resolution is in keeping with the national security interests of the United States. And quite frankly, it's in keeping with the national security concerns of the Israeli people.
Customs and Border Policy, or Border Patrol chief yesterday suggested in an interview that the situation at the southern border is a national security threat because of the roughly 140,000 known gotaways, or those that crossed the border and were detected as crossing illegally. Is that the position of the whole Biden administration, of the White House, that the situation down there remains a national security
The president has spoken to this. I mean, he's talked about the urgent need for additional funding for key capabilities at the border. And if you care about the border, if you care about the security of the border, and the president sure does, then we ought to get that national security supplemental passed. That's what that funding will do. There's only so much that he can do through executive action. In order to get more resources, to prevent more people from getting in illegally, you got to have funding.
But a national security threat is going a little further than the broad concerns of the president, and more specific.
DHS monitors all available intelligence at the border every single day, and we're certainly aware that there could be national security threats that can arise at the border, which is why we're arguing so hard to get additional resources and capabilities down there.
Two questions on Israel. I know you said earlier today that the meetings with Defense Minister Gallant weren't necessarily supposed to be a replacement for the delegation that was supposed to come here this week, but how much of those conversations with senior officials naturally become about alternatives to Rafah, what the intent of the meeting was supposed to be this week?
Well, I also said I fully expect that Rafah will come up in the context of these conversations, the one he's having with Jake right now. I think he's going over to the State Department this afternoon, and of course at the Defense Department tomorrow. Absolutely, I think we'll have an opportunity to talk about Rafah, but it probably won't be a full replacement for what we were hoping to do with a broader, larger delegation of Israeli counterparts. That said, and I also said earlier today that just because this meeting is now not going to happen doesn't mean that we aren't still going to look for an avenue and an approach to be able to share those alternatives with the Israelis.
And following up on what Steve asked, doesn't this whole episode speak to a pretty poor state of relations between U.S. and Israel right now? And how much is the president losing his ability to influence Bibi Netanyahu with everything that's happening?
Israel's still a close ally and a friend. The defense minister is here as we speak, just in the other room. We still have a very close relationship with our Israeli partners and with the government in place. As we've said many times, it doesn't mean we're going to agree on everything, and by goodness, we don't. But that's what friends can do. You can disagree, you can have those conversations. You know, we all recognize how important it is that Israel still be able to defend itself. At the same time, making sure that humanitarian assistance is getting in, civilian casualties come down, and we get those hostages out.
Thanks, Admiral. Just following on that question, how would you characterize the relationship in specific between Netanyahu and President Biden, since he didn't call President Biden to notify him about the cancellation of this delegation visit? Is their relationship at a new low?
I wouldn't describe it that way at all. I don't really have much more to add. I think I got the same question on Friday. These are two leaders who have known each other for going on now 4 decades. And they haven't in the past agreed on everything, and they don't agree on everything right now. But they both agree on one really important thing, and that is the importance of the state of Israel, the importance of the security of the Israeli people, the importance of making sure that an attack like the 7th of October doesn't happen again.
But is the president concerned about that Rafah invasion now moving forward in a way he doesn't want it to, since he's not able to have this?
We have the same concerns about a major ground offensive in Rafah that we had yesterday and the day before.
And just lastly, an administration official said there could be domestic political reasons for why Netanyahu responded in the way he did. Could you elaborate on what those domestic issues in Israel could be?
No.
Admiral, is it your expectation that the defense minister has with him the kind of operational details you've been looking for on a potential Rafah mission? Do you think he possesses that, and would that likely come up in the meeting?
Oh, he's at the top of the chain of command of the Israeli Defense Forces, so we're quite certain that he has enough visibility on what their thinking is about Rafah to be able to share that if he chooses to.
Does the president feel the delay of this other delegation meeting that he wanted? Is there a sense that there is an urgency in terms of lives when you're considering the humanitarian crisis we've talked about, the potential for military operation? Does he view this kind of a delay on that sort of meeting as potentially causing much further harm to those in Gaza or this very delicate situation?
Well, there's 2 ways to approach that. I mean, one is we haven't seen any indication that the Israelis are imminently getting ready to conduct a ground operation in Rafah, and we have not seen their plans for that, operational plans for that. So there's no, just to be clear, there's no sense right now that this is about to happen in coming days. Now, when it would happen is, of course, be up to the Israelis. But so just in terms of timing, it seems like they're a ways off here from actually moving into Rafah. That said, does the president feel a sense of urgency about the suffering in Gaza? Absolutely, which is why we've been pushing so hard to get additional crossings open, get more trucks in, even while we're negotiating a hostage deal, still trying to do everything we can to improve the humanitarian situation on the ground, continuing to do airdrops. Now we've got this temporary pier that's at sea, moving its way over to the Mediterranean as we speak today. The president's put a lot of energy and effort, and made the team put a lot of energy into effort into alleviating that suffering. Yes, there is a keen sense of urgency.
Thank you, Admiral. Now that the Israelis have canceled this visit, is the U.S. moving closer toward withholding or conditioning weapons to Israel? Is that something that Secretary Austin might raise during his meeting with the Israeli Defense Minister tomorrow?
I'm not going to get into hypotheticals and speculate about that one way or the other.
Why does the administration believe that the right path for the U.S. here is to conduct these airdrops, to build this pier, but not to leverage everything it can, including conditions on weapons, to open up more land routes and better protect civilians in Gaza?
I would take issue with this idea that we're not leveraging everything we can. First of all, it's not a leveraging exercise. It's not about trying to use some sort of power dynamics here with our good friend and ally Israel. It's about helping them defend themselves. I think we need to remember what happened on the 7th of October. Number two, from the very beginning, we have, at the same time as we've been providing them the capabilities, we've also been able to influence some of their decisions on the ground and some of the way they have prosecuted operations, and including increasing the amount of humanitarian assistance that gets in. It's not enough. I recognize that. A lot more needs to be done. But we believe you can do both at the same time, and that's the approach that we've been taking.
John, on this resolution that the U.S. abstained to today that was within the power of the United States to block, the Prime Minister said it gives Hamas hope the international pressure will allow them to accept a ceasefire without the release of our hostages. Is he wrong?
Yes.
Does the U.S. still have leverage to change language of future resolutions now that this language, without the Hamas component, has been put into place?
Well, let's see. I mean, there's just voted on this non-binding resolution today. I don't know of additional text that's coming, but we'll take each one in turn.
And quickly on the border, is the administration still considering executive action on the border?
I don't have any announcements to make with respect to executive action. I would remind that this argument that the president hasn't taken executive action or is just not true. He has kept American troops down there at the border. He has worked as commander-in-chief with the government of Mexico to improve their ability to try to stem that flow and to go after fentanyl traffickers. I mean, it's not as if he hasn't, but there is a real limit that what really needs to be done, if you really care about the border and stemming the flow, is additional resources. And the president can't just sign those into being. You got to have funding behind that. You have to have a checking account for that. And that comes from the power of the person. That comes from Capitol Hill.
So is there nothing more that he can do outside of
I'm not
Congress?
going to get into anything more he would or wouldn't do. I certainly won't get ahead of the president's decision space on this. But the idea that he hasn't taken executive action when warranted is just not true. He has. But there is a real limit to executive action in terms of what's needed down there. What's needed is funding more than anything. And again, for all the people out there expressing concerns about the border, number one, we share those concerns, which is why the president put, billions of dollars into a national security supplemental to give the Border Patrol, to give the customs courts additional resources. You got to have funding for that.
Some of these meetings aren't proceeding this week. Can you help us understand what the American position, what the alternative is? What would you have suggested to the Israelis?
Well, because I think we're going to still continue to try to have those conversations. I'm going to let those conversations happen before announcing it from the podium.
Can you talk about when those conversations might happen? Are these through the regular channels?
I wish I could.
Or is there hope of talks happening?
I wish I could right now, but I mean, this decision just happened in the last couple of hours, so we're going to have to see where it goes.
And is there any circumstance that the U.S. would support a Rafah operation in the future? Are you ruling it out entirely, or are you ruling it out?
We've been very clear. We don't believe that a major ground operation in Rafah is the right course of action, particularly when you have 1.5 million people there seeking refuge and no conceived plan, no verifiable plan to take care of them. We've been very consistent on that.
Thank you so much. On the non-binding thing, the UN Secretary General said after the vote, this resolution must be implemented. You say it's non-binding, so who is right here? And if it's non-binding, if, as you say, it does not change anything, why has the administration blocked so many pretty similar resolutions in the past?
Because they didn't condemn Hamas. I've said that repeatedly.
It doesn't condemn Hamas either.
Because they didn't condemn Hamas, and because they also just called for a ceasefire with no linkage to the hostages. This one, the reason why we can't support it but didn't veto it is because it does link hostages and a ceasefire, which is in keeping with our policy.
And on the binding thing, is it binding, non-binding?
It's a non-binding resolution.
Thank you, John. Steve asked this question earlier, but what was the president's personal reaction to the Israeli delegation canceling their trip, given that he had personally requested that they make this trip to Washington?
I have not talked to the president, so I don't have his personal reaction.
On the UN Security Council resolution, if there were to be language added to it, updated to it, that condemns Hamas, would the U.S. support that resolution? Is that what you would say?
That's pretty speculative, MJ. I don't know if I can go there. I mean, this one just passed. As I said, it's a non-binding resolution. I don't know of any additional text that's coming up before the Security Council, so I don't want to get ahead of where we are right now.
Well, you were specific about the language and the reasons in the past for vetoing it and now just abstaining from it. So I'm just wondering if the language were to be updated to...
I know of no plans to update the language that was just passed this morning. So again, we'd have to, if additional text gets brought before the council, then I guess we'll have to examine it like we do every time. But I don't think it would be a useful exercise to speculate on language that doesn't exist right now.
And then just finally on the ground incursion into Rafah and talking about alternatives to that,
Are U.S. officials basically envisioning, highly precise, targeted military operations as opposed to a major military operation? Can you just talk to us a little bit, even if it's in broad strokes, about what the administration believes is possible that is an alternative to a ground incursion into Rafah?
The way I would put it is that based on our own experience going after terrorist networks, places like Iraq and Afghanistan, Somalia, places in the Sahel as well, we feel like we've learned a lot of key lessons. Now, not everyone applies to Gaza. Gaza is a unique environment. You've got meters and meters of tunnels under the ground. You've got a much more urban environment, very densely populated, small geographic space. So you got to be careful in terms of apples and oranges here. But we still believe that we have learned some key lessons about how to dismantle a terrorist network, how to decapitate its leadership, how to starve it of resources, how to put pressure on its fighters on the battlefield. And we were looking forward to, and I think still are looking forward to having the opportunity to share some of those lessons and perspectives with the Israelis. Now, what exactly that would look like, I'd really rather not go into it from the podium.
But that's a kind of idea that we can expect U.S. officials to discuss with their Israeli counterparts. I mean, even today with Minister
Broadly
Galan.
speaking, yes. And we'll see what the conversations with the defense minister look like here. Again, he's talking to Jake right now, so we'll have a readout of that, of course. And he's, again, more discussions over the next day and a half. We'll obviously expect a key part of these discussions is going to be how we're going to continue to support Israel. So let's not forget that. I mean, this was a pre-scheduled, long-scheduled trip by the defense minister, largely to talk about how the United States is going to continue to support Israel and the tools that they need. But I certainly would envision, in the context of what happened this morning, with the Israelis canceling that delegation, that we'll take advantage of the opportunity to also talk about Rafah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Has the president spoken to the prime minister today, and does he have any plans to?
No, and I don't know.
Okay. And will he join any of these meetings now with Gallant, given the latest that's happened?
I know of no plan to have him join the meetings with Defense Minister Gallant.
Okay, and then finally, before the meeting with Jake Sullivan today, the defense minister, he stood out in front of the White House, he delivered a statement, he said, "We will operate against Hamas everywhere, including in places where we have not been," end quote. So it seems that they expect to discuss Rafah as well. What leads you to believe that they're open to these other alternatives that you're laying out, or that the U.S. could even walk them off of an operation there?
They had agreed to send a delegation to Washington, D.C. a week or so ago. That expressed some interest. They canceled the meeting because of what happened at the UN, but our indications at the working level are that they are interested in hearing our perspectives. So we'll see.
Thank you. I have a technical question and another question. On the technicality, you said the resolution is not binding. Is it non-binding, or is it binding but not enforceable and no consequences for Israel, for example, if they don't abide by the ceasefire?
My understanding is a non-binding resolution.
Okay. Are you aware of reports that Palestinian women were sexually harassed and some even were raped in the Shifa hospital by the Israeli army? And have you seen also videos of Israeli drones targeting civilians in Khan Yunis? And if you're not aware of these incidents?
I am not. This is the first I'm hearing of that.
I mean,
those are troubling allegations, obviously troubling reports.
The State Department confirmed one of them.
Let me take the question back.
Okay,
please. See if we can get you a better response.
Thank you, Admiral Kirby. A member of the Israeli War Cabinet, Benny Gantz, essentially broke with Prime Minister Netanyahu over his decision to pull back this delegation. He said that the delegation should come, and in addition to that, he said that Prime Minister Netanyahu himself should come and meet with President Biden. What's your reaction to that, and is there a sense that the War Cabinet is not unified as it was?
That's the first I'm hearing that Minister Gantz made that remark. I would certainly respect his desire to, his right to speak to his comments one way or the other. As I said a couple of hours ago, it's disappointing. Obviously, we would have preferred to have that meeting here this week to talk about viable alternatives, and as I think I mentioned Josh, we're going to continue to look for an opportunity to have those conversations going forward. I can't speak to the dynamics on the War Cabinet. That's really for them to speak to. I wouldn't get into that.
When it comes to you characterizing their decision as disappointing and perplexing, is there also a sense of offense, of being offended by the Israelis' decision to pull back this delegation? A lot of countries would love to have an invitation from the White House to have a meeting.
I think I'm just going to leave it the way I described it.
Thank you, John. Until recently, when I or one of my colleagues here asked if the U.S. would consider withholding military aid to Israel if they don't allow humanitarian aid into Gaza, you said that the administration would always make sure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself. Now, you are saying in response to those same questions that you will not get into hypotheticals. Should we read anything into that now this is something that is being considered or discussed within the administration, that it is now a hypothetical being batted about back behind you in those rooms?
The short answer to your question is no, you shouldn't read anything more into it than what I'm expressing. Even as we speak, the defense minister, for
authority to come in to deal for? He can do what he wants? Okay. That's what I told him. I said,
Okay, are we ready? Yes. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. President Arevalo, welcome to Washington, D.C. It is good to see you after we have talked on the phone, but it was my pleasure to congratulate you by telephone on your election in September, when we spoke in September, and now, of course, it is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you to the White House. During your campaign, you vowed to combat corruption. You pledged to build a coalition to represent all Guatemalans and include members of the indigenous community in the democratic process. And you committed to expand access to health care and education, to combat the climate crisis, and to grow your economy. And it was clear that the people of Guatemala voted resoundingly in your election and for your message of reform. Your election has brought a sense of optimism to the people of America and around the world. And despite the challenges that have been posed to Guatemala's democratic process, the United States was proud to stand with you, Mr. President, following a free and fair election and throughout your transition. And the will of the people of Guatemala, by our observation, has triumphed. For the past 3 years, I have led our administration's efforts to address the root causes of migration from Northern Central America and to create what we have named the Root Causes Strategy. That strategy rests on 5 pillars. 1, to invest in economic development in the region. 2, to combat corruption and promote good governance. 3, to respect human rights and labor rights. In addition, to reduce violence, and finally, to address gender-based violence. This work is improving lives and livelihoods in the region and addressing the factors that drive people to migrate to the United States. Mr. President, I believe your presidency offers an important opportunity for us to strengthen U.S.-Guatemalan relations and make further progress on each of the 5 pillars I have outlined. In particular, Mr. President, I commend you for your steadfast commitment to combat corruption. Corruption, of course, erodes trust in democracy and prevents governments from responding to the needs of their people. Corruption is also an impediment to U.S. investment and threatens economic growth. As American business leaders need stability, predictability, and rule of law to make their investments in countries like Guatemala worthwhile. And corruption, of course, empowers criminal organizations and perpetuates violence, all factors that drive people to leave their home country. Mr. President, as you hold corrupt actors accountable and promote good governance, we support you. Your leadership can help rebuild Guatemalans' people's trust in their institutions and give them a sense of hope and opportunity. Our work under the Root Causes Strategy represents long-term development efforts. The problems, of course, did not occur overnight, and the solutions will not be achieved overnight. Yet we have seen short-term progress in Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras. Thus far, the root causes strategy has helped as many as 63,000 farmers increase their production and income, has reached nearly 3 million youth through primary and secondary education. We have trained more than 18,000 police officers and nearly 27,000 people to strengthen judicial systems. And we have supported thousands of labor and human rights activists throughout the region. When I first started my work on root causes, I recognized that we needed to involve the private sector in order to have a lasting impact on irregular migration. A critical component of our strategy has been to increase private sector investment in the region to help create jobs and expand economic opportunity. I believe that public-private partnerships are essential to combine the resources, the experience, and the expertise of the private sector with the reach and the capacity that only governments can provide. And growth and opportunity will far exceed what either the public or private sector can do independently. To that end, we have established Central America Forward, an innovative public-private partnership that over the past 3 years has been fueled by CEOs and philanthropic leaders around the world. I am pleased to announce that as of today, this partnership has generated more than $5.2 billion in private sector commitments, with more than 50 companies representing financial services, textiles, apparel, agriculture, technology, and telecommunications. Central America Forward has thus far created 70,000 new jobs throughout the region, provided skills training for more than 1 million people, brought more than 2.5 million people into the formal financial economy, and connected more than 4.5 million people to the internet. Today's announcement of more than $1 billion in new investments includes energy transmission projects to connect people to the grid, an initiative to transport crops from small farms to new and larger markets, construction of a new industrial park, and digital financial inclusion and workforce development programs. Our partnership has also created what we have named In Her Hands, which is an initiative to advance economic security for women. We have launched the Good Governance, Good Jobs Declaration, which includes a corporate pledge on the rule of law to support labor rights, combat corruption, and increase transparency. We have sent a team to Honduras to explore development of infrastructure projects and to expand an economic corridor. And we started Central America Service Corps, which will provide vulnerable youth with training and opportunities for paid community service projects. In conclusion, President Arevalo, I am pleased that you will join in convening a meeting that we will host later today with leaders from the private sector and civil society to continue this important work. And I look forward to a productive visit today and to a productive partnership, which of course relies on the importance and the mutual and I believe shared priority of transparency and candor to achieve our mutual interest to the benefit of all of our people. I thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor to be here today. And thank you very much for your leadership in helping us develop this new moment of promising new partnership between Guatemala and the United States. I view this as a historic moment in relations between our two countries, which share basic values and common interests and confront many joint challenges. Your ongoing work, which you have described in terms of the initiatives that you have been leading for the Central American region for several years now, are welcomed by all of us who want to strengthen the ties between Guatemala and increase prosperity in our region in general. I also want, on behalf of all Guatemalans, to express my deep appreciation for the support that the United States provided to our country during our difficult electoral process and presidential transition. The actions of the United States and the international community in support of democracy and rule of law were critical to ensuring that the popular will of the Guatemalan people prevails. This meeting today reflects what we believe will be continuing strong support from the United States for our efforts to consolidate democracy, strengthen public institutions, and fight corruption, and promote economic prosperity and sustainable development that benefits all Guatemalans. We recognize that just like the majority of Guatemalans, our supporters in the United States and in the international community have great expectations for what can be achieved in Guatemala in the next few years. My government is committed to doing everything it can to meet those expectations and to deliver results in the short, medium, and long term. And we also recognize that many of the problems we face are structural and long-standing and cannot be solved in a short period of time, nor without support and cooperation from the United States and other key international partners. So, as I said, this is a truly historic moment that offers great promise for strengthening our collaboration and advancing together as strategic partners on the basis of shared values and common interests. We will maintain our commitment as governments to foster engagement across sectors, to build a new, democratic, and more prosperous Guatemala that offers opportunities for all to live and to thrive. Thank you very much, Madam.
Welcome again.
Please hold. Thank you.
You got that? Hold on, Jim. Okay.
been stealing money from my account and has told lies.
まず初めに言うと先週末、韓国ですね、僕の代理人に対してメディアの、方から、私が、僕のにですね、違法のブックメーカーから、僕が、関与しているのではないかというスポーツ賭博について、関与しているのではないかという打診が連絡がありました。
Last weekend in Korea, media has reached out to a representative in my camp, inquiring about my potential involvement in this sports betting.
で一平さんは僕にこういった取材の依頼があるということをまず、僕には話していなかったし、僕の方にそういう連絡はまず来ていなかったということと、まず初めに代理人には、一平さんは僕と話して分かったのは、一平さんにではなく、某友人の借金の肩代わりとして、支払ったというふうに、僕の代理人も含めてみんなに話してました。
So Ippei never revealed to me that there was this media inquiry, and to the representatives in my camp, Ippei told to the media and to my representatives that I, on behalf of a friend, paid off debt.
でその翌日にさらに尋問で一平さんは、僕たちの代理人に対して、借金は自分のもの、つまり一平さん自身が作ったものだということを、説明しました。
Upon further questioning, it was revealed that it was actually, in fact, Ippei who was in debt.
でそれを僕が、肩代わりしたという話を、その時に代理人に話したそうです。
And told my representatives that I was paying off those debt.
そしてこれらは全く全てが嘘だったということですね。
And all of this has been a complete lie.
一平さんは取材依頼のことも僕にはもちろん、その時伝えていなかったですし、代理人の人たちに対しても、僕はすでに彼と話して、コミュニケーションを取っていたということを、嘘をついてました。
So Ippei obviously lied about, basically didn't tell me about the media inquiry. And then その代表に対して、
僕もそうだし、代表、チームもそうですね。チームも、代理の人たちに対しても、つまり僕とコミュニケーションを取っていたっていうふうに嘘をついてました。
So Ippei has been telling everybody around that Ippei has been communicating with Shohei on all of this account to my representative, to the team, and that hasn't been true.
そして僕がこのギャンブルに関しての問題を初めて知ったのは、韓国での第一戦が終わった後に行われたチームミーティング、試合の後のチームミーティングの時です。
The first time I knew about this gambling, Ippei's gambling, was during after the first game when we had the team meeting in the clubhouse.
そのミーティングで彼は全部英語で話していたので、僕に通訳はもちろんその時ついていなくて、全て英語で話していたので、完全には理解できていなくて、なんとなくこういう内容だろうなっていうのはおそらくは、理解はできていましたけど、なんとなく違和感をその時は感じてました。
So during the team meeting, obviously, Ippei was speaking in English, and I didn't have a translator on my side. But even with that, I kind of understood what was going on and started to feel that there was something amiss.
でその時彼は僕に対してホテルに帰った後で、2人で、より詳しいことを、2人で話したいので今は待ってくれというふうに言っていたので、僕はまずその時はホテルまで待つことにしてました。
Just prior to the meeting, I was told by Ippei, "Hey, let's talk one-to-one in the hotel after the meeting." So I waited until then.
で僕は一平さんがその時にミーティングの時にギャンブルの依存症だっていうのは僕はもちろん知らなかったですし、彼が借金をしていることもそのミーティングの時はもちろん知りませんでした。
So up until that team meeting, I didn't know that Ippei had a gambling addiction and was in debt.
で僕は彼の借金返済にももちろんその時も同意してませんし、ブックメーカーに対して彼に送金をしてくれと頼んだことももちろん許可したことももちろんないです。
And obviously at that point, I never agreed to pay off the debt or make payments to the bookmaker.
でその後試合後ホテルに 戻って一平さんと初めてそこで話をして、彼に巨額の借金があることをその時知りました。
And finally, when we went back to the hotel and talked one-to-one, that was when when I found out that he had a massive debt.
で彼はその時私に、僕の口座に勝手にアクセスしてブックメーカーに送金していたということを僕に伝えました。
And it was revealed to me during that meeting that Ippei admitted that he was sending money using my account to the bookmaker.
で僕はやっぱりこれはおかしいなと思って、代理人と話したいということで代理人たちを呼んでそこで話し合いました。
And at that moment, obviously, it was an absurd thing that was happening, and I've contacted my representatives at that point.
で話し終わってこれを聞いて僕の代理人もやっぱり彼に嘘をつかれていたということを、初めて知って、すぐにドジャースの皆さんと、弁護士の人たちにその時に連絡しました。
So when I was finally able to talk to my representatives, that's when my representatives found out that Ippei has been lying the whole time, and that's when I started contacting the Dodgers and my lawyers.
でそのドジャースの皆さんも、代理の人たちも彼らもその時に初めてまた自分たちも嘘をつかれていたということをその時に知りました。
And the Dodgers and the lawyers at that moment found out also as well that they have been lied to.
そして僕が弁護士の人たちはこれは窃盗と詐欺のことなのでこれを警察の当局に引き渡すという報告をその時にしました。
And my lawyers recommended that, since this is theft and fraud, that we have the proper authorities handle this matter.
これがそこまでの流れなので僕はもちろんスポーツ賭博にはもちろん関与していないですしブックメーカーにさっきも言いましたけど送金をしていたという事実は全く、ありません。
So, in conclusion, I do want to make it clear that I never betted on sports or have willfully sent money to the bookmaker.
正直ショックという、言葉が正しいとは思わないですし、それ以上のうまく言葉では表せないような、感覚でこの1週間ぐらいはずっと過ごしてきたので今はそれをうまく言葉にするのは、難しいなと思っています。
To summarize how I'm feeling right now, I'm just beyond shocked. It's really hard to verbalize how I am feeling at this point.
ただもうシーズンも本格的にスタートするので、ここからは弁護士の、方々にもお任せしますし僕自身も、警察当局の、協力に全面的に協力したいなと思っています。
And the season's going to start, so I'm going to obviously let my lawyers handle matters from here on out, and I am completely assisting in all investigations that are taking place right now.
なので気持ちを切り替えるのは難しいですけどもシーズンに向けて、またスタートしたいですし、今日まずお話できてよかったなとも思っているので、今日は質疑応答はこれが今お話しできるすべてなので質疑応答はしませんが、これから、さらに進んでいくと思います。
I'm looking forward to focusing on the season. I'm glad that we had this opportunity to talk, and I'm sure there will be continuing investigations moving forward.
以上です。ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much.
nos espera al final del camino. Santísimo Cristo de la Veracruz, sé para nosotros como el Pirineo y ayúdanos a llevar la cruz de cada día, para que al final de nuestro caminar podamos presentarnos ante el Padre y poder decir juntos, todo se ha cumplido.
Séptima palabra. Padre, en tus manos encomiendo mi espíritu. Jesús tomó el vinagre y dijo, todo está cumplido. Las profecías se habían realizado al pie de la letra, todas, sin excepción. Así lo señala el Señor en estos últimos momentos de su vida. Pero sus palabras significan además que el plan de salvación del Padre se ha llevado a cabo de modo perfecto mediante la obediencia de su Hijo. Jesús, dueño de su vida, la entrega libremente al Padre por la redención de todos los hombres. A continuación, Jesús exclamó con fuerza, Padre, en tus manos encomiendo mi espíritu. Y dando una gran voz, expiró. Entregó su espíritu. El alma se separó del cuerpo hasta el día de la resurrección. En tus manos, las manos de Dios Padre, están hechas para socorrer a sus hijos. Son manos fuertes, en las que se puede confiar con seguridad y a la vez tiernas, delicadas, como las de una madre. Jesús deja en estas manos el depósito más valioso, su alma. En tus manos, estar en las manos de Dios. Ellas nos han creado y nos cuidan, y en ellas descansamos. Cada uno de nosotros puede decir que de ellas pende nuestra vida como de un hilo invisible, y a ellas, a esas manos, debemos regresar. Durante el curso de nuestra vida se cumple a la perfección el dicho de la sabiduría popular: estamos en las manos de Dios. Señor, estoy en tus manos. ¿Dónde vamos a estar más seguros? Nuestro descanso, nuestra seguridad, no tiene otro fundamento firme que esta confianza, este abandono en Dios y en sus manos. Echad sobre él vuestras preocupaciones, escribía San Pedro a los primeros cristianos, pues él tiene cuidado de vosotros. Nuestro último instante, ese momento en que también tú y yo cerraremos los ojos a este mundo para abrirlos a la vida eterna, estará lleno de un gozo y de una paz indecibles si, como Jesús, podemos decir también nosotros: todo está consumado. Señor, lo que tú querías, eso procuré hacer. He atendido con cariño y sacrificio mis obligaciones familiares, con mis padres, con mis hijos, con mi esposo, con mi esposa. He sido honrado y responsable en mi trabajo. He sido fiel a mi palabra.
I think we're going here in a second. Standing by. Yes, it has been here at 200 South Mapleton, this ultra-exclusive part of Holmby Hills, known for lots of celebrity homes. And here is the home of Sean P. Diddy Combs. He's gone by many different names, and there are a lot of Homeland Security officials that are in here, several dozen at least, that we just witnessed now milling about the home. As I widen out, is a huge, huge response. There's a couple of armored Bearcats here. We saw some officers wearing military fatigues with automatic weapons walking around. We can show you earlier what it looked like hours ago when the federal officials first came to the home, and they did pull someone out of the home, possibly or believed to be a worker. We do not believe that Combs was here at this home, but we know that his Miami home was also raided, and the federal government saying that this has to do with a possible sex trafficking investigation. He's had a lot of different legal problems lately, so it's unclear exactly what all they are looking for. They have drones flying over the property as well, so a massive, massive federal investigation and a big warrant being served today in Holmby Hills. Live in SkyCal overhead, I'm Desmond Shaw. Leslie, back to you in the studio. You got it. Yeah. So those are evidence bags, I take it, right?